at Johnny Dagnon. He's back. Up here, this is a fear of death up here for them. This is a fucking fear of death for them. Bringing him back online, and there he is. Guess what? He wasn't buried. He wasn't cremated. He survived. He was taken from the hospital. Healed. And he's been alive the whole time. And Pat, he's closer than you think. And don't you fucking worry about being scared, Pat. He took that from you already. And, well, it's the fucking... Only those who know the truth know the truth. Only those in the family would know. Well, relatives of me. They're not in the family. There's a difference. I have relatives, and they have their own families, and we are still relatives, and there's a family tree. But Crystal Ann would have just done all the research, and she would have sold it all to Iffy, and Iffy would have sold it to a man in California, and they've been trying to pick off people and that are my relatives, and some of them are still here and still doing just fine. And well, since about the late '90s, this man's been missing. There was a funeral. I played a part. I got angry, and then we sold it. And don't you worry about where he is. He might as well be the Grim fucking Reaper. Because that man on Instagram 22, that's still my dad. And he holds fear over Iffy. He just doesn't know it. And Iffy's going to have to fact check that. Because men at the hospital don't get blackmailed or extorted by Hells Angels anymore. And they don't. So they don't have to tell Iffy a fucking thing. It's not very fair when he's like a deranged psychopathic killer. And honest men who do honest work and are doctors, MDs, and medical doctors. And he has fear over everybody in this valley, but he forgot about Uncle Johnny. And Guy's here too. He's still alive. And well, I can't show you if he's behind me or not. He hasn't poking me with a knife or nothing. And well, you just never know who's in behind me or who's. And it's a good time. This is time to be who's the guy that's doing this? Right. You know, what do you think my car was have? They've been trying to shut me up as much stuff. So, Johnny, yeah, they have sales, that is something I think it's something awesome. He didn't make it. He didn't write it off. He's like an outlaw. I like commercials. Very like an outlaw. Yeah, I got away with that. Yeah, he was on the FBI. He was a banker. He did his time. As far as I know, as far as Pat Angel, Johnny for that time. That's what I worked for. I worked for on my own. Some fucking shit. Some fucking damages. Uh, uh, oh, off the fucking table, cat. That's like Tinder over. They're getting mine. But Tinder out. Like, gonna be. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be. He's fine. Good. We're in this fine. I don't know. I'm not hard to have that. I got it. I'll be getting get Casper. Don't worry if I pull that black box out of the car, trying to it up. I want to have fucking tail lights. If I kill the lights, I'll be close. I can see at night. Training in the bush. You know, drugs. That's the truth. I can tell mercy. And I used to hike in the woods out there. I had a camp down by the creek. I didn't even have a fucking flashlight. I sit down there like a baby. And I stayed in the first 35 kilometers. I started camping. I remember that. I just got this before. That is the bush. Thanks for fucking around. Burgers and bears. First year. They don't I, I don't feel like it's not anything. You know? Yeah. Hey, it's fine with that. If they're all legal. Okay. Well, good on the time. Yeah. Nobody fucking knows. I didn't like it. Yeah. Yeah. It's fine. If I pull that black box, I got no run. Stop there. Right. Yeah. That's what it's taking. I'm there for 3 weeks. Like that. The hospital. Not just forget. Yeah. No. Sorry. That end is scared. That takes a lot to make that end scared.
Don't forget about Cody Hayes. He's right fucking here. I know how to fucking knock him too. Fucking split that open and turn it back. Yeah, well, I think fucking shots on me. I was going to get over it. I can't remember who that was. Oh, that was, I don't pay too much attention. Probably he's on the phone. He's got to call someone. Project's been hacked. It's incredible amount of done. And, they've been hacked because they're all running around hiding from the people on the block. I don't think he had that kind of stuff. He's going in there. Maybe he's down there for jail, but that was about it. They didn't call me fine. I was there for a bit. I can't put out on. Okay. For a month, something like that. He went down back to the I'm gonna kick my door. Give me a needle. Yeah. Well, it's strong stuff. That's like my sister. Got the health like this. I was driving the force out of my people there. He should have never done that. That's big. Some of these are big power. Big power. That much time. Well, not so much. Or the bank company. Like about it good. They don't do it. On the time. Yeah, it's just, I figured, I'll play them now. That's fucking um, and, well, if you're being on the gun, that's out the gun. My other office is, playing a minor of college. It's more than one of this. Uncle Terry, he's working on, it's not going to end up never actually, not the time, but he's married in. Okay, okay, actually, that's sort of, it's very like, he's sick, he talks about that. Uncle Johnny's not happy about that. This is hard for him. Uncle Johnny's like, he's in the front. They're going to have to get up. I go, but, yeah, one of the boats. Uncle Johnny is kind of embarrassing. Right? Of, their road. You can think of some hard time to drive around some gravel. They should have probably, but, not, it's got some accident, some back road. I know where you guys, you know, something shit. Did have enough of that. Something to say my thing. I was just something that's one mentality of one job together. Just by in that, so I was lived down there in 2011. My mom's friend. So nobody's trying to put me down. So I don't know if there was Ricky's decided called down the phone about it. And they're going down so they're saying down. They don't work, I don't work down at all. Yeah. Brother, it's hot. It's ATV. It's over, brother. 1991 was, I don't know. It was the 24th of time. Brother, over you failed. Let's get over it, brother. It's okay. March, I'm sorry about overtime. Don't worry, I'll be telling you not to head. Tell you how. Still live there. Yeah. I know that. The other stuff was protected. You know, that's security money. I know, but we got it. We come out on start. Those things start. Which one? Brad Hayden and Uncle Johnny. And Val Kilmer is a great actor. And this one in Flores Alley, he's relatively a nobody, but he thinks he's big shot. And he's not. He really isn't. Probably. So, I'm looking for the other hand. Yeah, 48 on field. a little baby. It's like, he could be, I guess he could, I don't know. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah,
Well,
he's got my phone hacked. Ooh. Ooh.
what? And what else you got?
So, that's on the closet. Those, he's already, don't act like everything. Oh, yeah, not later. Going to the back. Goes to the back. Tell me, get ready. Because of the now. They wanted me dead everywhere. I found it out everywhere. I got back. But when I got back, it never died. I wanted to I want to I didn't know way over that. They're not working out myself. When I got back, I had one for styrofoam on that was last compared to the kind of something guy style or these gas can, I don't know. We're working on this RV. Happening on that. Uh, yeah. Well, when I open that window, open that door, it's fast enough. Get far. Just, been there gone, been there outside. I went out 3 or 4 times. I got posted 3 weeks, 2021, 2022, straight up to the path. I was born in her peacefully by myself. My mother asked if she wanted to go. Right, that was enough for her. About busy, going to hierarchy, going out of parking count. I don't think it's like so scary to get it. I have to talk about the song to tell them. Like that, that other, that person, that I'm not connected. Not part of the not part of the town at all. Not one bit. Not even close. Doesn't act that way. Okay. He's the nomad, desperate. He's told us right now, he's the hippie. Nobody, California, started that party, he's nobody. And they had thought, he's arguing that it's changed very next time. I don't know what he was talking about, but guess what? That I just right. Never know. I'm the guy like that property now. Start tonight. I was speaking by a provider. I want that. Fucking talk to the fucking I wrote a poem on it. I started my time. I got to get fun. I found time. I feel like I got a break. Brother Brett, like, go down. I started trying to get on a second. You know, see that many times. I never saw that. I like, I was playing for the guy. Uh, so I figured that time, that's not up. I got my time. I had 40 done. I didn't make it to my time. That's everybody. Uh, but I dropped arguing about it. Don't use fucking head on something. Now, he was arguing. He fighting the time. Don't forget him like badass. Because he was a failed fucking American. Oakland. He thought that's not one that is still love him. Here. So it goes back. So, I understand. Never fucking know without first. I probably didn't like that. Like, didn't like it. Fucking, and, didn't like it. I didn't get along with that. Yeah, I know, but yeah, not like that. That much expensive. But like, uh, you may like that. You just get that going. So, I'm telling you what's obvious. You can get like, uh, who knows where it's at. He's an intention doing that. I think it's terrifying. You gotta see if there's kind of fucking with, you know, the one. But, God tells me, so, I don't, I don't mind being that. Then it's you guys have fun. So, you tell me that if you want me dead, I can't handle no way. Oh, no. It's so crispy it is, Frank. That crispy is trying to be better, but too hard to get along with. Just try to scare me, but you don't fuck around with that. Never had any first, they're not even allowed to speak about it. So, Inland, that's guys, you could take a fear of uh, or is not here. Right? Have it. Sometimes, uh, not, like, 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 okay, so really, like, sure. Going to kind of a depend on that for like, no, I'm a bike. I'm a getting that right to work. How's it in the war? Good luck. I don't know. And well, very much. Oh, don't. Very good. Stuff. Very fun. Every time I go out of that, I think a lot of time. It's very powerful. It's very you I got that's by the way, Padre. Not that he has to the thing. That's one that has one shot on. But like I like perfectly like it's built that to think about guns rather than have a fucking shot on how the shot comes down and the other games you can't do anything. Guess what? Cody Hayes, a citizen of Canada. I'm a standalone Canadian, and I don't fuck around. Donnie, he fucks around, and he's still sleeping with. They don't know what to do. It's not. They're the outside of my family dog. Not one bit. They're all about 18 and they protect the cows. They're Terry or Wally. They don't go to Wally. Those are T-Bars one. They're a fucking one man, one high regard. It's like they look at them. Like stones up in front of gas. Tank is up. If you're doing that, maybe he's over that.
You shouldn't be on that. It's not good for you. And that's something Jason R dropped off for you. But Jason R's the fish. He knows better than that. And
Like, not that to the floor. I'm like, this, like, sorry. I'm more like, well, like, that's funny. You start to, you don't want to get lost.
it's a hell of a presentation. And I can't release any inside information.
That's, uh, I'm not, I'm not, you guys know what they want. Much that, you still have fun. He did on the tour bus. Never told me about it. You might remember that. Like, once you do everything, like, yeah, we can get along. I don't think he had anything else. But there, I remember telling me, it's like, man, God, like, he knows something about like an umbrella. Yeah, and it's like, I remember listening to it on, on, and education. I remember studying, you know, I found him, and opportunity, I still knew the fact that he was a, actor. I remember, I remember thinking of all this as a kid, growing up, oh, no, I remember, I was 5 minutes, I don't stop. Okay, I come out, Robert had never had anything. Right. Kind of about making that problematic not he's living up the road. And I'm just scared of it. Not really. I get past really what have it. Again, I don't ask that's not what are the comment about you know, I think I can ask. Never met. Neither one. Get a little Italian and see. Here, it's a president. He's a friend. Big time, yeah. Ron's young, 12 or 13. Third speed at the time. The bikers maybe got him in line. Maybe, yeah, some, like, yeah, some, no, please, there's a number, get later, I don't know, I'm going to child, no, number Carolyn, and then it's story. He, nobody was a big farmer would like to say, but they can't for their image. And nobody, I remember that movie, the one movie where I had no pay, Nobody remembers it. And that's the big difference.
Just remember, the KMMC doesn't exist. It doesn't. So when someone's riding on a Harley, you just ask yourself, is that, and somebody's on a Harley with a leather coat or a vest on, and there's no patch in the back. Just ask yourself, I wonder if that's Ralph. If that's Ralph's guy or Taco's. And then you can't wonder anything else. Because it'd be one of their two guys. And then there's two other men. And
Also, I'm at this class. I've been on this class. Like, remember, I found this class. I remember. Next time, Dora. 8892. Everybody comment. Everybody know that time. I don't want to. But he's a punk. Everybody should know that. I'm a punk now. I tell this girl that I'm punk is rather. I'll break him. I got people from. How's my phone happening? I'll tell good time. Like, don't fucking don't call. Don't forget the phone. You must head up. How are you going to be dead? It's temporary. I got to know 0809, I think. I said about it, 0809. Together, yeah. Uh, I don't know. It's really kind of like, I got time. A lot of time on that. I like it. I get the cat out of it. I go to this topic. I can put your phone on the table. I'll do that. I enjoy. get back to the people that I have. Right? No problems. I can hold down cameras. So you don't even live in fucking 6 hours. Never off. I was just like, it says that I work for the Nomad. I don't work for the fucking Nomad. I forget one day of my life that I haven't played in Houston now 20 plus years. I haven't been around. And playing nothing. That right now. Who's the battle? Playing it frustrated now. And if he's not my boss, never fucking life. He's still thinking about that back in the day. I cut it back up. See what he would do. I got absolutely fine. He's taxing down to nothing. Doesn't want me to do what I love to do. It's not tough. It's not easy. I'm willing to go on the street of be a bunch of people. Force them on drive my now. Force them on. He is this stand up. He is a home invasion company. That break iron company. You guys already under order. They're forced around. Regular judges do the bidding. One person that has down half. Down if you think about it, but down a good man. Not if he, not if he told his down. Like that doesn't trade us. Quality. That's why the bike is powerful. And have full beef. He's trying to get at it. That's why I really was having something like one. Then I work with ground zero for housing. I'll have power there all over the world. Like, you don't want me selling drugs, but I have to earn a living to live. And you guys are trying to cut me out of my I have more love to that. I was out there. Hippies just trying to burn it. All he's trying. All he's trying to do. Well, I saw them. Get out there. Like, but you have I have a life. I was just good. I don't really sit down with it. Talk about that. It's all I do. I just get off the list. About it. Get off and it's fine. Oh, sit. You won't go for any sit down. You can stand it. I know another card. So, well, didn't need to have rivers from nowhere. Decided this one to talk about the fact out. And I remember I read that book, Hell's Angels at War. Well, they're at war, aren't they? Hell's Angels. They're not at war. They're yeah, but at war. Their brother. That's not okay, Ron. That's over and you can't say one thing like that. And then I could do that. I'm going to help it out. Cannabis does still violence, still death, still hotness, still violence, still harassment. I never forget it. That's the thing. Here, man, is all right. Yeah, maybe I'll go sit down. Hey, I like the desert with the water. the parents is way too. But I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna go to the air time. Cindy Lou. Anyway, well, memories what you don't ever. We're not dating. An open relationship that just ended. You've been tricked. I only said that for you to save your fucking life. Gangster hates it. Fucking vile is what you tried to do to me. I thought it was funny to me. You played the spy game on the little fix you thought you had on the over. And there was something. And there was no open relationship for you. You saying that around town. And you can't say that anymore. Because you had me. 25. Couldn't pull a ref weight paper bag with a dildo and all the lose. Didn't figure out what to do with it. But she's still loved by her father, and she got a sex thing for coke. She'll do anything for that. And she's actually well behaved, but I don't like that word because Alex is word I Mr. Alex. He's been brainwashed by me. Valinsky, he needs to be more from food. He raped her. And Adam helped. And that's one thing I figured I haven't kind of forgot about that. And I got her back on that. That's a mess with her. Christopher Jaguars are getting into Chris now and Italy. They took her in. They've been divorced prostitution now. And she's like, pimp now. When she tried to do that in the car with Kelsey when I was there, I yelled at her and said, like, you don't do that around me no more. But she still does that, eh? Well, she's not allowed to do that near me. She knows that. Kelsey's the one with the open moon. She had to damage that because Chris is the one that scared her flesh off her body. That's Chris. Chris doesn't work for me. That's the problem. You know, I help stick to us. You don't work for me. You don't work for Cody Hayden. Nobody works for me. Nobody. I do not have any money for me at all. I might help a friend with that, but nobody works like that. That's the difference. I went away from work just to talk. I always just work with people. Uh, that's it. Get these little empire of fucking bills, fucking child pornography, and contract this, fucking, I've been fucking questioning. I'm questioning integrity of these at all. I'm just take it from. He probably doesn't want it. And conversation, we have nothing not be nothing to not be good to talk about this. And you'd have to shoot like an equal. Because my organized historian, PhD, and I've been alive this long. I've been having me workers. I'm sick of them. Just tired of that fucking guy's bullshit. You get people so fucking scared of him that they won't buy drugs off him because they're scared of him. Because he's forcing his hand in a way that's not natural with Alex and Alex. Alex, you want to play in the coke game? Why don't you call your mother and tell her that he's a fucking animal. He raped shit ever. Didn't he ever? And Cindy Lou, Cindy Lawson, he raped her. And his son, they raped her. There's no proof. But they did. It doesn't make me scared. It makes those people look like total fucking idiots. And Alex was a finer less rape, I guess. Because you don't rape a woman. And your mother knows that. And she had to look through your friend's face, Alex. You're KGB without a doubt. Well, I don't think he's stolen. I think he's from the Moscow area. And I think the men out there are sick of him. And they want him. Well, they're making decisions on him, not them, on him, probably, on my father. His family won't be hurt. And this is a lesson for him. This is not a good thing for you, Alex. I know you're watching. This is a lesson for you. You're in the rape now, and you don't. Right? You do that I'm not having a fucking mental health issue. Fucking kid. Oh, he is. I grew up. My dad was never paid by it. I grew up on a Syracuse. I'm not drug dealing. I'm 13. And I've been out on my own since then. Because I'm here at the old man. Yeah, because you tried throwing me stuff twice. That was it being there. I can get along on that. If he's on the phone and to figure stuff out. Don't fucking worry about it. You guys just fucking different. And what truck's coming out of the bush? And he's on foot. He walks at night, he's got a 6-liter on him. Revolver. Not like the one I seen in Owens, but similar, similar one. And they hear him. They hear him. They're damaged. They don't know. And Kamloops is only 350 kilometers inland, but see the bikers want to cut about that too well because someone in California wants to be dead. He's a sick. Well, think that we don't need to speak. But, guys, he's like a brother. My only blood brother was Fred Hayden. We came from the same room. He diagnosed, guy diagnosed. That's why, but I was a real actor like him. The vomit, dying in fucking sleep. That's part of the people's fucking piece of stuff. Guess he's coming from. Who knows what happens there? Maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Mindwash, brainwash. You go to a therapist and talk about that. Stop trying to kill your brother off, you fucking weirdo. There's someone in California, they caught red-handed, hand in a cookie jar. Other people in my life compete like probably disliked her the most. They understood my mother. They probably hated really specific things. He wouldn't have hated anybody. He disliked this man the most. Because turned out on her own family from way back. She did all the research about it, how both sides of the family and sold it out to 50 and his boss in California. They all here in County. Well, they fear Cody, Montana. Montana Cody, Montana. They fear that too. They fear us. He hates me so fucking much. He doesn't. He doesn't believe in hot dogs. Nobody thought that was her. He tried killing me once with it. I just walked right through it. And that's what Cam wanted. And well, that's what Izzy wanted. That's the question. Well, that's what I have on my face. My path. Middle Street. I lived on the top street one. The landlady was awesome. But who keeps me on there? Bye bye. Yeah. Bye bye, go, bye bye. Okay. You don't go to get out of it. Power. I went something straight after Vito passed. I don't know. Sorry about that name. But, keep on Uncle Johnny. He might be here tonight. Might be here the next day. Nobody knows nothing. They don't need to know. None of your fucking business. Still Cody Montana. We're not dating anymore. No birds. Owen. Owen was my buddy. My buddy. Christy didn't have to fucking do with him. Christy's probably the guy that killed him and he cleaned up Mike. Christy didn't know him at all. And Kev Cassidy didn't know him at all. I went up there hunting with 3 weeks at a time without taking time off. I didn't feel like working. I had to just speak to them. He was already working for Hippie after he got caught. He went to work for them. He tried spying on me then. And Kev Cassidy, the only guy I knew was they were that ransom. We were up there. Something to do with a vacation. Didn't want to work. Didn't like chopping wood. Something to do. It's helping a man with fireworks. That's how I like to fix it. Because that was a good fix. I'm not wood stack. And that's about as close as Stack ever got to working for. He still works for the Primary Legion. And that's not like not part of. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. You know, somebody down in California. Remember that? Here's you. Know what that meant? No good. Cut out. I'm fucking way. Like stuff here on my own mat. No good. I have one for it. But got it. How about right? I'm sorry. Oh, that's great. I don't have on sorry. Right? So that's right. 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 That's good, gentlemen. Women don't need to know because there's only a handful on the planet that hold the real power. Make the organization. They have their own thing. There's only a handful of them. John Campbell told me once we could buy one hand. That's we I could go to 5 minutes in New York. Right. Wow. I've met them. We've never had any business with them. But they're good men. I know that. Well, good to be alive. No one's poisonous there. Crystal thinker. Uh, I've done any crystal thinker well, I've done any so people don't smoke much. But I've done any crystal thinker. Crystal is a street. Not with but I know Christina personally. So I got to know her when I was 12 and 13. Me and her were close. We were close. She got to know left hand and right hand. She's still a little older than me. She's not a new model. She's the model. Uh, I like her the best. I had a lot of spare time out here by myself. Mom and dad was working. And, well, the internet made a whole bunch of things. I said, wait, like, I don't even mind stuff. I gave that up later on. Well, probably around 18. When it popped, I gave that up. I never had sex with 15. Into that. Yeah. After the same thing now. But hey, some people are, but some people manage it. And Christie's, that's okay. Ryan, a lot of people still go there. I go still cancel it. And I hug him. The fear of me, I take him. The fear of me and Uncle Johnny. That's made it done with the best. One thing was taking a piece. Is I haven't seen one, son. You know that, but it's not my problem anymore. And,
last year. I have a way to fit for when I'm around people. I'm not around people on the street. I smoke it like a chimney when people are around, just so they think I'm a complete fucking method. And people don't know what to think. I have a connection. A secret connection. Nobody needs to fucking know. It, it isn't. It isn't about my hood. It isn't. It's not. I have a secret connection, and it's actually dragging. And we don't need to do no business. If you got guys outside, we can drink. And the hot dogs is taking a licking. Because I was lobbying for him to take one direction. Like, he's not going to get it solid. If one solid and it's like, as long as he drops the case, because I don't think he was kicked. He wasn't kicked hard enough if he was, but I don't think he was. I'm trying to get him over the fact that he's probably not going to get a red flag. Third man is stubborn and it's really stubborn. And I don't know any of them personally. But I would give him a lawyer. I'd say it's probably not going to happen. But he did do one solid. And he did do one solid, but still and shit. Yeah, what do you think? So that's his problem. And I think he does actually love acting. He's a different man. So I met him first for the first time last year. He's a different man. But the pressure having me is like, because actually like super another thing. It's like a sister, brand new Gary Gates. Wow. Gary Gates is a few times in his own right. Well, like for long, but he passed away in 2019. And then the other man, not like that, well, this is sure passed away. He passed away, and that was Jumbo. He passed away, and Josh Fett passed away that year. Another man that was here in his own right, but not like for long, but Josh Fett. He did good. So serious for about a month. Then he went up the other night. I heard he got the cab with a pistol, but only third man know that story. And Brock from that week was killed that year. Cody Matthews, Viking was killed that year too. That was 2019. I haven't been fighting alone, but if he's been fighting by himself with hundreds of millions of dollars in that, with however much money he has, is if you don't work for me, okay? So you're not cutting me out of the local drug case with the help of Ron. Not happening. Ron's holding a grudge. Ron, remember how they was backbone. So power and kind of separated his power from ego. We're not in the dope game. They wouldn't be trying to keep Cody Hayden out of the dope game, would they? I'm not going to get a dealership drive I can tell most people done a lot of fucking Gestapo sold beer. And I'm not Gestapo, but I don't think they sold beer, but they sure held it well. I can tell people anywhere in the fucking province well. I can tell Luke for 10 times. I don't know. I don't want to go to that car lot. I wouldn't set foot on those beautiful things. There's another family. I hold a very high authority. I actually have a share or two in that company. I'm still part of it. If you guys are part of the company, share a little piece of it. Hear what it's all about. And, I hold my portfolio, but they forced me to sell most of my positions. And that was 50. And his allies, whoever they are, obviously Ron Monahan, I respect them. They might be allies, but they don't get along. But if he's the kind that has the nomads to kill off thousands of but it's actually fully engaged against me, trying to keep me out of the dope game. People don't have to listen to him. It's got fear over you, but it's imaginary.
I got fear over him. Telekinetic burden, and he's gonna have a problem because he's not watching it. If he's watching it, he's gonna feel like a grabs his up and welcome. But and it looks like one thing, and it looks like another. But Uncle Johnny was here. He don't fuck around. So he might feel like he's having a heart attack. He might feel scared. Like his feet might feel weak. Might need Advil. He might feel like the way on the side. His Pat Haynes had a heart attack. And if he's like bodyguard, Mr. Pat's brother, he had a stroke. And they kept that in house. They don't want to fuck with me. And I don't want to fuck with her either. I have a crush on her. And don't worry. Right after seeing that, if he's stuck into this house, this down, this has to be done. I'm fine. I don't have fun like that. I don't. It's pretty late. I'm not. Really, I'm not. Never have been. These young ladies pretend they don't know me. We don't share any DM or any message. No. They all say they're rerunners. I can't tell the difference. Whoever they're I'm not used to them being on. The men are at war. Always the men at war. When we got a parent. It doesn't matter. It's like every war there ever was. So the men are at war, and let's give them peace. Well, they don't get peace. They're at war. But men are always at war. So it doesn't change. It's always just how it is. Somewhere in the world. We're boring. That's fine. I don't do bike boring. I don't do fan. I don't do mouse boring. I don't really do horror. That's, that's just anything. I would be worried. Nothing very well. Nobody has to be worried. I'm good at gentleman. If he's not gonna do a fucking thing, he can't get the pass back. He's not gonna. He's playing the game. He's playing the game. Fight. I'm fine. I don't think now. Well aware I'm in. So I don't know. Like, of the diamond. I think that's kind of how it is. That makes sense because if he hadn't allowed me to be here, I can understand. And then no, other than so, I'm in a fear with you. And he's holding on the power. Good for him. I'll go drive around the state. They have my instructions. If I get killed, it's 50. And simple. No, that's the truth. Vengeance. Don't fucking make it. Kind of dangerous. Make it look like I work for it. I don't work for it. I never work for it. Not for one fucking day. I cut him out of a 5 thing. Whatever he tried to do at 08, 09. I cut him out and I took a woman from after an athlete. Losing faith in his own confidence. Stuff up, standalone fucking pound. Nobody talks about it. Be like, oh. Men and the coach know. Some know. Losing power big time. Iffy. Okay? You want to try and say something? Iffy. Canadian market doesn't exist. You're fucking losing your mind, pal. I don't work for you. You don't work for me. Iffy Clifford Copeland is the leader of the Nomad. He is. So there's no fucking changing that. And everybody in the North America knows it. Canadian market doesn't exist. But Clifford's losing power. He's for days. Period. And there's a paragraph going on. I'm taking it. And you know what power is? It's not something you bottle up and put it aside. It's people know what power is, some do, some don't. I got into it before I got the money. He's trying to keep me out of what makes me happy. That's small bag joke though. And I can do it happily. And it's got my phone software now and the computer software. Hack my computer, hack my phone. My dad had to give him something. But my dad's brainwashed by him. Brainwashed completely by him. He just wants everything shot and killed. He's not gonna kill me. He might have found me, probably did. Might have listened to the camera. But I was hard on my dad today, but that's what they want. Because I was hard on him just to let him know where my love is. That's myself. First and foremost, to keep me alive. That's how loyalty works when you're above 18, male. You pick and choose what you want to do in life. And I pick and choose what I want to do. I'm Cody Hayes, and I'm on the bench. And I'm a street gang. And I don't need guns. So that's my strategy. And it helps the young gangs all over the world. Maybe it does. Well, I talk online. I'm good at it. And if he doesn't do anything online, because order men to be killed, and he does it with a filing cabinet and
pen and the paper, and he don't work for me. He never fucking did. Clifford Copeland is iffy. Whatever iffy sounds like in your mind, the fucking tyrant. He's forcing people not to buy off me. More than that, yes, Christie entering home without any fucking. What they're doing without it, they're trying to get a jump on the Communist Party. They're getting a vote. Not to get any. Now they're trying to get power. Zelensky, you want to leave before? Shave your teeth out of your fucking mouth. I was like, yeah, that makes him fearful. I'm rich to get that. You know, it's not full of this. Pulling up. It's not here. And I was living on this. But people down the fucking way. They don't. If he forces him to do things, and he forces him like a fucking tyrant does, and if that's Alex brought him, Alex still get there. Alex, he never did that shit. Hostage situation going. Damn, they're hostage. He's just crying because he's stuck in there, and he's got to stay in there because this is fucking. That's the same place. They watch me now. Let him know. That's how that's supposed. You won't allow him to make him know that. If I go in there for 6 months for that, the fucking $100,000 will fucking kill it anyway. Anyway, you deal with it. You think just fucking the bastard carries on home like if he's not ready to come home. Try to be home tomorrow. I'm taking care of the cat. Doesn't bring cat. I'm not even close to the cat. You guys just fucking have lost the plot. You literally have lost the plot. There's no answer for me. And they're stupid. They're all inbred, fucking retards. Like, we're not inbred, but after years of fucking doing what they do, they don't get it. Like, I don't have choice, but the car front might still be stolen. And, how should I hold that over my own man? And, it might still be. And, well, and, well, I do think it's fine. And, well, I think it's, fine. Right. Well, it's not back into something now. Well, oh, he's got a job and I got a job. And I have anything to do with him. I don't. And, I forgot to write now. So I don't have my card. Can't call him. I don't want to take that phone about my customer. So I'm back to Tokyo. And I'm dying. Fully, I have to phone back. Or it's a phone. Or better. Remember, I was contact. I just started. And I was like, first, uh, John Man is a strong starter. That's number one. How about that?
I've been to those places, but I've been fighting them for 20 years straight every fucking day. And most fans went for exact same time with them because they're feared. Many of them don't understand. And Ron just not getting it. Ron's trying to shut me down. I trying to go, Ron's in this party from California. That's his fans. And Ron's just scared to go next to him. I know he's personally. We never did any business. And I hold the price of that. You don't know what. I know who you guys about it. So, well, down Brady was I'm not getting right. So, somebody in California for $15,000. What do you fucking do? And then so, he's a fucking hot boy. And, trying to think like that. He was there going, and, nobody wants to fucking kill me. There's four of them. And it's real ignorant. And I'm just, like, I have to pick up. And, there's a half a big one on him. And, I didn't pay that. I found it on the flag and then it's a little entertainment sector. It's so good like that. It's an entertainment sector. And the evening, one found out this person's gonna work. No different way. Are you guys the bikers? The bikers when they were 30 some they all just speak like airport. And the cop guys were all beating up on the planet. See, Uncle Kenny missed Grumpy shit, but he got into big money because he had somebody in California as his ally. And somebody in California just wishes I was because I'm not his ally. And I can't fucking stand him. And he's found all this online content. He knows that. And there's no money for any of it. So I do it pro bono because I'm smart. And I know exactly what I'm doing. He's coming in for months. He's just got like a brain. He's just up in the cat. And he's stubborn. And he wants to show me that we can be when he gets to everything is going to back up here. And get away from that suit. But we don't know what if you can file me with an open mic still. And I'm online seeing it. And what a fucking work you fucking do there. Because if anything happens, Ippy, I'm not you. And I don't work for you. I don't work for you. So, Christopher G, you know, could be there. You and him are buddies. You and him are your guy. And it's known all of it. And Clippers in fucking damage control mode. He thinks somebody's gonna come visit him. And I'm not going near that fucking house. That was child prostitution and child fucking pornography and filth, fucking murder and evil. And he just holds it himself well because he knows somebody in California. This is some evil fucking vile fucking okay. And he doesn't even know if this is his live for years. And I stand with the holy man. Well, stay in school, kid. And don't be big. And I'm not going to say that, but that's foreigner. That's how we all say that. And I'm going there, sir. Are you free? And there should always be payphone. Some people don't keep a smartphone. And when they're on the street and homeless, and they have a quarter, they can't call anybody. And this is a bad thing for society. This is not good. If anybody was ever to listen to me ever in the realms of power, that in the corporate world, is that telephone booths, they have to continue on. They just need to be, even if it's a loss to a corporation, they have to be there for the people. You just have people maintain them every day and keep them clean and have six of them in one place so people use them still. Because if people are in danger and then the criminals are so powerful, They have to be able to talk to this on your phone. You have to be there. Even if people try and try to judge us, that's fine. Just, they have to be there for people. They just have to talk. Because I need to make a phone call right now, but I'm not calling this phone because he doesn't need to know I'm calling. And he doesn't I don't hear him at all. And there's no payphones up in town right now. They're all gone. Except for probably lobby for him to be picking up. I used to use them to set up my phone. And the camera's in a different place. Different. Yeah, 1 fucking 48. And some people haven't seen this. I may not look like this. I wrote down Kansas West. Quickly. He doesn't even live in Kansas. He lives in Rivershore. He's past it. He sits up River second. And he probably pretends that he knows him. He doesn't even know him. And I'm in the focus. And I'm not making it. And I'm not doing anything. I'm not leaving it. And if people just run me out of the focus, if I don't be anybody for fucking downtown, I just on this stuff. I don't take no fucking shit. I just want to get done. On that sometimes it's people. Nobody needs to know. And they're freaking running beside themselves. They don't have my contact. And they just get scared like me. We're terrorists. We're literally new age terrorists. We're, we're pushing something that is a form of common. It's Soviet nature. It's Nazi fucking imbued and it's probably back in my he's an old and tough guy. I want to so I'm not so I'm not saying thank you for it anymore. They won't give me a second they won't give it to me. I can't think about it. It's all like this. It's poison. This strategy is way on. What do you think you must do? And you guys are fucking stupid. You guys are bikers and you just fucking you just fucking shit. It's scared when you and that's a real thing. You understand? It's just a way. You know what? You fucked up big time. You fucked up big time. You don't know how. You fucking fucking you know what? I can see him. I cut him a fucking piece too, right out of his head. And then I need to fear. They don't need me. They don't like it. They I make them fearful. That's how they do. I need to go themselves. But he knows who I got as an ally really well. And my old man did wear his arm out trucking. And not everyone's seen this one yet. And I don't have to go to the store. I'm leaving that window at 15, but he's in the continue to get one. Like, and one of my secrets was because I wanted to look like a I'm not. Never will. I'm gonna practice my best. These guys are scared of me. They're scared. It's just because if there's ever a top first card now, they're under it. And I got someone in my pocket. I thank them much for the person for them. Thank you for showing us the first card. But some of them are afraid and killing me. So I got to look on the phone. Yeah, this one's good. If we're doing this, we'll do it. But I got something to cover the positive. So I just go to the ground with the microphone. Return there on time. No, I was just like, see you through that.
Just waiting for me to get back. Here's the car coming. Good music. You know what I'm talking about, isn't it? I figured it was whatever. Whatever that. And well, I had my eyes open for Uncle Johnny, but didn't find him. And here's a brush. And then we go talk tonight. Somebody up there all night. He's in City Cat. He's from Kamloops, small town. And here's a place for shelter from under the neighborhood. He's fine. And somebody's been out all night. And Lenny can stay out tonight. He'll be fine. Not too cold. I'll put out his car in case you can go in there if you want. And at the end of the day, he's fine. I have some kind of before. I've never seen him on fire here. I was pass away one. Yeah, my night, but I'm sitting. And on a tree that ranch down the way, the Highland Ranch, up the tail, so he had a part of the sign up for it. I was just been trying to say something. But, well, I don't think he's dating anymore, so. And I never even had any intention. So, yeah, I don't know if you saw him see people else. Some people found my content creation. Some people have seen a version of Stock Talk that they haven't seen before. And, well, I don't for Johnny. He's with us. In spirit, online, like I said, our body, you know. And one thing, man, shouldn't talk bad about big talk on the internet. I'm the one that got away from I got away with that. And, well, we share a common thing, and they're totally different things, but a lot of people know who I am in Cameras. And, well, it's just, Cameras people are taking a chance, but somebody called, I don't even mention his name because it's just too much. And, he's not high powered locally, but they are trying to, they're trying to put together something called, I would call a form of whatever they want to call it. It's not organized crime anymore. It's not. It's they're literally trying to take over the local government, and I have nothing to do with it. I'm actually in complete revolt of it, and I'm pro-government, and I'm pro-municipality, I'm pro-provincial government, I'm pro-federal government, and I do that for my the little lonely corner of the world, and not so lonely when I have friends online and people that care for me. And we wouldn't exactly be acquaintances because you'd have to meet people, but we're not, and I wouldn't dare. And well, everything's going pretty good, and well, and this is a different YouTube and a different software because this computer was hacked, and he might think it's just going out to him, but it's not. It's going further than he thinks, and well, let him figure that out because it's what they're trying to do is maybe not getting to all the wealthy people and in Kamloops, and they might be getting to the so few. I need to know that he's trying to do something locally, which looks like he's just trying to cut me out of the underworld, that dope game. But that is the fix, is me. That is the fix for me, is being in the dope game. But that's where I'm happiest, and that's where I raise myself. And I can pretend to be other people, and when I still be myself, I'm still myself, but that is the fix, is the money coming in from that, because I have the knowledge and know how to do well what these guys are doing, and I trained them all. I trained them all accidentally, I suppose, in 05 to 2010. Because I got back to what I love to do last February, and it's just, and I am good at it, and I'm a little bit cold. My hands are cold, so skin is gotta warm up, and well, I'm aging, and but I'm only 35, and I have the knowledge to do exactly what they're doing in town. But when I say the take is down, is that people are in revolt of one man who sits upriver from another man. And he must think because one man doesn't play in the dope business at all, not one bit, and he's all legit. And his son doesn't watch this, and hasn't found it yet. He just doesn't want to take a chance to go against another man the man upriver. And he doesn't know this. The son, he doesn't know. And me and him alone get past him, and the one upriver knows that because he just don't want to take a chance because he's known for doing one thing, and that's uh, forcing Alexander to do exactly what he wants. And he knows something, and he's just someone's calling, but he knows damn well that I haven't done something yet, and that's getting more of something, and he knows that, and he's watching right now. This man upriver, and he doesn't know who's watching because he just missed something. A stock talk, and he doesn't know which one, and he let him figure that out, and he's just being outfoxed, and he's got the software on here, but I don't know how. I need to charge my phone, and I gotta call her back. I don't know if he's listening or he knows the number, but no number's saved in here yet. Hello, hello. I'm not ready to, so. And he's got certain people so scared of him, but not everybody's. I gotta, and some people have found this in cameras because they, or some people haven't found this in cameras. Some people haven't found this at all. Cameras. I got an idea. Why don't I go on? And he has found this because he's got the software. He's got the software on my phone and the laptop hacked. Chris came and hacked it the other day with that USB drive, and then Chris would have been. Well, my dad accidentally dropped his phone on this phone, and it did a data transfer. But I factory reset it. But the software is completely different. It's probably what it is. I gotta charge it regardless. I mean, there is a potential that he didn't well, I'm not worried now because charging, not widely charging. And I get a little bit, I have different sides of me. We're basically battling these men, and I'm using social media to my advantage. I'm using it well. And at the end of the tunnel, it's just me getting back to work. And I can't work when I'm doing this, but she's way out in West Side. And from here, that's like 50 kilometers away. And that's in any city or any size of any. This is a town. We have room to fill in, but we got a river system. We got a lot of mountains. So we got to go up, and we have been building up. And well, we got low levels, and we got a high rise downtown, which is not. They haven't been working. And is that some sort of strike, or are they another revolt, or do men just not want to do high rises in the winter? Or is there a town of men who are in management positions who are all legit and don't have any ties to the dope game, and they're saying something to Cliff from Rivershore that you don't run the underworld in Kamloops. You don't run it, Cliff. It's not yours. It never was. Nobody runs the underworld in one city completely. It doesn't exist. You're not welcome in it anymore. You've lost your touch with reality, and you are not well in the head. You're going senile. There's other men that are 30 or 40 years older than you that can understand when I say you're losing your mind, Clifford. You have early onset dementia, I think, or Alzheimer's. I think you do. And you're not well in the head. And this is a sign of weakness. And he's in a position where he can't be weak, or men will prey on him. And he can't do one thing and he's losing power, trying to keep me out of what makes me happy. That's all it is. And it's a difficult industry. And the underworld isn't for the faint of heart. And he just thinks he's going to sit there and lose power, and Ron's going to lose power, and Mr. Bacon, he's in Hawaii now because he's not in California anymore. They're going to lose power, and the one thing they're going to do is keep me out of what I love to do, and that's all it is. And it's not an easy thing to do. And I hold any power that I have well, and they just think they're going to make any excuse up for what they want, and what they want is they wanted to belittle me and make me seem like a a complete convict and mental health patient when they had their fix in, and the fix is over. Because no, I'm not being drugged, but in case they do drug me, everybody should know I'm stable and doing well. I'm sure Mr. Hill, yeah, he has something planned other than just kill me with a silencer. Because who knows who he is, and well, nobody sees over the Rocky Mountains, and that's how it is out here, and that's how Clifford Coughlin wants it, and he doesn't get what he wants, not around here, and that's the reason why I get all my powers because nobody knows about a trucking gal, and she doesn't truck, and she I didn't say anything like that, and somebody else thought something, and I didn't, and well, I'm a good person, and I do my best, but I have different personalities, and I can kind of act. And I'm not an actress. I'm an actor. And well, nobody knows about me and my past except for some people, and people have been watching, and some people just found this one, and that's a bright light. There's a cell phone. There's a UFO, and what do you think it is? Oh, I do cool things, but I'm like a illusionist, and not really. I'm just good at content creation, and that's bright. And that's relatively annoying, and well, it's been a long road, but I'm happy to be. And I know that there's certain men that are just jealous, and they're just jealous, and they think that there's a bunch of money running in from here. But that's not how it works. My the fix in life is for me, and that my fix is unfortunately your guys' old fix. And whether you guys don't like it or not, you guys are losing power, and you need to keep working. But you don't need to keep working. Keeping working against me is detrimental to your health in many ways, because the economy of Kamloops is suffering because good men and women are still working and still doing their jobs, but the underworld is not happy. They're not happy at all. They're not. They're doing. There's certain people that are doing the same thing, but because I've been coming around, and the rest of the places are quietly minding their own damn business because Clifford is just he's an idiot, and he's lost power, and he thinks that he's hiding behind me. He's not behind me here, and neither is Guy. Those two are on their own in life. They're above 18, and they make their own decisions. But my old man has been belittled by him for years, and he's probably waiting for a different content creation to come on, and he's probably trying to listen to his version of the spy game, and he doesn't know that I know nothing. And somebody leaked the password to the family, the families, not the family. No, Hayden family business pertains to just me, but I have relatives that hold the same name, and they hold it well. And some people have a surname, and some people have a maiden name. And there's that. I have cousins, and unfortunately, but I have one awesome one in Montreal, and I have a second cousin, which are all awesome. And well, how many cousins do I have? Well, I think I got. Well, Richard's nice. He's a massage therapist. As far as I know, he's awesome. And there's three I don't know in Kelowna, and two of them I don't like at all. The third one I'm not sure about yet. And then great Uncle Randy's sons, they're both nice, but someone calls me Clayton, and Clayton know each other. Maybe that's Clayton's. He's a ton of fun, but Clayton is a 10. But I'm not a homosexual, so and I don't know either of them. I know Cal. Cal's good. Cal's more like me. We're just happy and go lucky. And I wasn't like this for a lot of years because I'm not having some fall for grace and having a nervous breakdown here. I'm I'm quite well endowed in a thing called organized crime history, and I practice current history, and I know very little about you know Iffy, and he's a feared man, but he doesn't go by that alias to to his wife and stepdaughter or stepson. Sean only knew of him through me, and I told him that his dad is Iffy. He doesn't know anything about his practice of business. And in the underworld, what you do or say can get you killed, and it's different because this is Johnny Dagnall. Johnny Dagnall. I say Dagnall. Sounds better like Dagnall Diesel. Sounds nice, but I made that up just for fun. And nobody can drive a Hayden. Okay, nobody's behind the Hayden brand except me. because I put that online. And Uncle Rick holds his last name well, and Auntie Cindy holds her last name well. But when it's Hayden family business, it's just me. And I stand alone, and I do. And well, Hayden family business pertains to something that's a secret, and it's fiction at its finest, and it's all set up real nicely, and it's the the damn near global winner, but without it. And well, now I had an uncle. His name is Johnny Dagnall, or as some might say, I can't pronounce it probably because I'm not French, and I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but his like guy's father is Jean Marc, and he's passed away, and he was storied to be a hitman and a feared one and a reputable one. As reputable as hitmen get, and he died of a health issue in the late '90s, right around the time where it was storied, rumored that Uncle Johnny disappeared into a hospital and was never seen again. You never know. You just never know. Secrets of modern medicine. And man was buried. I put on a show that day. I was mad because I liked Uncle Johnny. I knew I'd never see him again, but I knew that that time would change. The time would change, and things would come back around. Because one thing that most men need to know is that I'm just busy right now, and I'll be, off the internet in a minute. And well, and well, you never know, because content creation is a very serious thing. If you create content that is so chilling to the bone that Pat Haynes is scared, and he's scared of just one man, and that's Uncle Johnny. And he doesn't know the truth. He didn't see him and watch him die. I was there. Not when he died. He disappeared into the hospital. And Clifford can't use his connection because we're not scared of him anymore. And there's MDs that plenty that would probably say that I'm stable and I'm fine because I'm not in a psychiatric hospital. And if anybody gets to, you know, camp out behind the one in Port Coquitlam in the dead of night, there's only one person who I'll ask. She wants to join me for a sleepover. She's from the Kamloops area, and she would say no, not a chance. And I don't even have to ask her because I only met her once, and it's true. And I never seen her ever again. Except I saw a Facebook one. That was nice. Before I heard this a rumor, it's a story that the girls of the Kamloops area, the young ladies, the women, young women, that they're not old yet. They're still 30 something. They're not 20 something year olds, but the 30-year-olds, they're still around, and 30-something-year-olds, they're still in their prime, and their fathers were threatening to take their inheritance for even saying something good about me, or or even hanging out with me, or doing anything near me. I heard this rumor, or is it just that I'm shy and I don't speak much, and I was just mad about something? Because at the end of the day, it was me that turned my dope line off in grade 8 or grade 9. Because a man attacked another man, well, young men, teenagers as they do. One man who was going to lose a fight doesn't remember it because it was a dangerous situation for him. And other man, he's a tough man, and me and him had an understanding before the fight that we both could go, and we just passed by each other in the hallway, and we were both out for a bathroom break, and that was Scott Chapman, and we never spoke. He just got there from the North Shore, the North Cameras, South Cameras, two different places. Well, that's in Calais. When I used to start a new phone, like prepaid, and I used to say that my name is C, and I used to say, "Hey, C, call me back." That was when I had prepaid phones in the late 2000s, early 2010s, and if he has no power, and he's just playing pretend, and well, it depends how you look at it. It really depends how you look at it. Because I used to do this with work ones, never in my name. And I never did anything international. I didn't. And I knew about Roller Coaster Tycoon in Richmond. Everything I mentioned. I never told any of my friends though because I even went to that school. I was upset at my father, my mother for leaving Brett behind in Richmond when we moved to Cornell, but he did it to better me. And he probably hasn't found this channel. They're all waiting on Best Banner. They're waiting on Johnny Rose. Because this is Johnny Darnell's oldest nephew. This man can't be a ghost because the ghost in the darkness refers to me and Fred Hayden and Uncle Johnny. One was my brother, one was my uncle. And some people know that. And some people don't know that. In the bowels of the hospital, there's electricity. And in electricity, there's light. But we're basically on a rock with molten lava in it. It's called the core of the planet. And we're basically a network of electrical currents. And we've electrified the whole planet. And a lot of that was done by Thomas Edison, but Nikola Tesla had something to do with that too. AC and DC and AC. And the District of Columbia is not represented by this direct current exactly. But they did have a lot to do with it because they were the District of Columbia when those two came along. And they're still the District of Columbia. Why are they called the District? I want to know that. And the state, I got lots of questions for them, but I'm not going to ask them right now because I'm sure they're not watching. Because how could they know? And yeah, somebody knows more than me because I know nothing and I can prove it. And it's um, and there's this British Columbia, and then there's Columbia. And what's the correlation there? Does it have something to do with Columbus or the Knights of Columbus, or is it something to do with Christopher Columbus? And that's what it is. Because Christopher Columbus was legendary, and I know a relative of his, and it's a secret. And I know the man who knows this, and she should be fine. We just broke up tonight. She's probably sad for it, but she still knows one thing. I got her back always, and she shouldn't be hurt for that, and she should be a better person for it. And basically, I've just been running around this past, 5 or 6 months just to protect these two women. And well, there's a high powered businessman, and then there's me. I just pulled a business license for crafts and jewelry. I haven't made any of those. I've been busy with content creation, and city cameras would know about that. And well, I I studied those young men and with autism. I did, and I don't have autism. I don't, but I studied them. I did. I was too young to study, but I'm quite smart. I'm crafty, and well, I studied them. I didn't know what they were thinking. I never shared any thoughts with them, but I figured out what draconian evil is, and Ralph Archie didn't practice it at all. He talked to men in person, or they flew down there and talked to him, and I think Clifford Coughlin didn't know that, and I think the men in Vancouver are ready to cut him up, and I think they forgot about who's doing all the hard work, and because they're not cutting me out of my own racket, because they're not, I'd be backstabbing, and that would be absolutely outrageous. And Ron probably found this, and maybe he has. And he's just scared of somebody in Hawaii now, or he's scared of somebody in California. Because you remember who the Oakland Angels are? Aren't they like the governing body for all Hells Angels? Or is that Brooklyn? Is there a British turf war there? Probably not. Not for the Hells Angels. Because, in the underworld, you know, North America, at least in Canada, because I'm here, and in the United States of America, I think politics is governed in the underworld, New York State, somewhere outside of the Hamptons, but maybe around there, or is it Tri-States area, or New York City, and Well, Mexico City is a very powerful place, and they have quite the impressive stock market. And I think they have a thing called cartels. And as far as I know, Alex Sincevich isn't a cartel leader, and he isn't. I seen it on I seen it on a version of Mob Radio once, and he probably pretends to be. And when you say like, well, he's driven all over the states. He told me stories, and he went chasing an African American man once, and they never paid him back. And well, he's Alex Sincevich, and he's not even a real head ranger. He put it on his back in Eastern Europe. Nobody gave him the colors because nobody can remember giving him colors. So is he a head ranger or is he just a organized criminal? Well, you better not involve any. You better not ask for anybody's help in Toronto, and you better not. And you could ask for someone's help in what he would consider back home. But he's not well liked in Odessa, and he's not well liked in St. Petersburg, and he's not well liked in. He might fear it, but maybe he's not well liked in Moscow anymore. And that would mean, oh, rather. And I don't know what the fees get up to. That's not my business. And they say there's no honor amongst thieves, but some there is. And well, we and they're in damage control mode, trying to figure out if somebody did disappear in the bowels of the hospital. And the only two people that would know without a reasonable doubt would be Fiona Denise and Wayne Astor. And something happened. He was 80 plus club, and he was of age. And this is a rare club because you gotta last 80 years on Earth to get there. And this reminds me of a time when I was younger in the sauna in Thompson Rivers, or Canada Gainesville. It was like on the campus, it's right there. But I don't know if it's the same property. It's a city pool. Thompson Rivers, Virginia University is right there, TRU. And my old man used to work at Canadian Freightways. It was buyers first, which sold the property to TRU, and it's right there. And buyers is well, it was excellent trucking company. And I don't know whether Canadian Freightways keep maybe they don't keep the yard in town, but they were sad to see the guy go because he did his best owner operating, and there's a guy named Pat Haynes and Itchy that made sure that truck was broken down as much as possible. And they thought they were doing it justice. But did they mention that to Teamsters? And did they mention that to anybody back east that they're doing it? Because they did something. And mechanics aren't to blame because they would have done it under the threat of death. And and Chris knows one thing. He was doing something there. And at the very least, he was doing something. The mechanics aren't to blame. And that truck broke down way too much. And it's tough on the mountains, but it wasn't him. My guy's not watching this right now. And no, and then Pat Haynes knows the owner of International Personal, and International Vernon, and Hamilton, and there's something suspicious there. And I don't believe that truck broke down naturally. I think that truck is maintained clearly. And it was done properly. I don't know. I don't remember too many breakdowns. And he couldn't get ahead at all. And because Wayne Astor passed away, the only reason he's not retired right now. First, he would be on his pension. And God probably can't believe that, but he trusts me to protect the family, and I do. Especially Falcon is venomous right now. And he's no snake. Year of the snake's on the way. I'm not sure what year it is now, but I'm for certain. And you aren't if you never fucking will be. So go yourself. And if you know who the Teamsters are, they're all legit. For my dad truck, legally, completely legally. He started it. Does Christopher know this? Has he got this practice in? Because Cameron doesn't know this. I can't get on my other Facebook now because I'm blocked out. But I got one in store, but I think they changed the password on it. Because they're in damage control mode. They're looking for a ghost in the darkness. And well, I found one. And Wayne Astor never used one of those. No time. He might have beat men with it when he was younger. Maybe once. Maybe he did. Only the 80 plus guy would have get any information about him because I'm only 35 and they keep secrets to themselves. So Clifford isn't laughing. He knows about this because he hacked a computer. They might have a clone computer. I don't know how they do it. I don't know anything about hackers, but he probably keeps a hacker close by. And he's not the one that I know because I had credit cards. I had credit cards sent to me when I was a teenager, white collar crime, hacking. Sent to me a list of them. I could have done anything I wanted with them. I didn't even bother. I got into the dope business. I did it well for 7 years, '03 to 2010. I utilized the Anarchist Cookbook and the Hells Angels at War. And the Hells Angels internationally know exactly who I am from those years. And they ain't cutting me out of my own business. And it's not all mining cameras, but it's not all theirs. So they reinforced here, and I'm taking a piece of the club for myself. And I'm not a Hells Angel, and I'm not a Hells Angels uh, uh, affiliate. I'm nothing like that. I'm an independent man, and I am the proud founder of something that is so secret. Popcorn farts disappear in the wind because it's true, and you guys can stop playing pretend. Because Clifford lost power just now, and he's kicking and screaming literally. Because Caesar likes when they kick and scream. I said that once on the jail phone. Ralph Parker was looking for a Caesar up here, looking for him. Couldn't find him. Couldn't. Might have found a Garrett Katz. Didn't mind him. Law enforcement didn't like him, but that's okay. He was a gangster. I mean, he was a true-blooded gangster. He wasn't my blood brother. He has a blood brother, and that's his brother. Actually, and like Rob gets his son, and he was part of a gang, and that's Dragon's gang, and that's because the rivers run red with blue water, and me and somebody don't have any reason to not get along. So when somebody in Hawaii now, called Mr. Lipstick, that's what I'm gonna call him, Mr. Lipstick. He's you can put lipstick on a pig, but and I mean like a bovine, I mean like a sow. You could put 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 lipstick on a sow, but you still gotta bring her in when it rains, because if you ever done any farming, and my old man has, well, the sows and the pigs, like actually animals, they don't like being out in the rain. And the bovine you can leave out no problem. And the bovine don't mind a rainstorm. They just shelter with each other. Or they go under the trees. And well, and my old man, he's not sure who I am. Some days I'm this person, some days I'm that person. But what is happening here is there's a misconception that I'm mentally unwell. Well, I'm stable and I'm fine. And what's happening is Clifford Coughlin is iffy, and that's an alias. And he's lost all touch with reality because he figures that I'm gonna be rounded up, and he figures that there's a roundup coming. Well, I don't know that there's a roundup coming because I just had court, and well, it went well. I was yelled at by 3 different people about Montana and how she needs to be more smart about her her dealings in town because they could get her in trouble. But just because she's someone's great granddaughter, Mr. Lipstick there, and well, doesn't mean he's gonna be able to take anything out on her because I protect her with my life. I do, and not a hair on her head, gentlemen. And that's for not the police. That's for the underworld and cameras, and they do protect her. And it's not them making the decisions. And the UN, the RS, and the IS, they don't get to cut me out of the cameras either, because they still understand power. And do those men want any trouble? Do they want any? They want any trouble at all? Like they want because me and Jamie Bacon have never met, and he's not part of the RS. He's actually a Hell's Angel, and that's news to everybody because he is the one that did a lot of work for him and has done a lot of things for him, and he's backed him up. So he's just a Hell's Angel that helps out a man named Dragon. And me and Dragon, we locked horns once. And it wasn't a political issue. It wasn't a, it was in Vancouver, and we know each other. and we're not against each other. And me and the RS, Red Scorpions, are all good in BC, and there's no problem between us. And me and the independent soldiers, we're good. We never had a problem. Me and the UN, we actually sat down and helped a problem, and helped each other out. Well, I just let him know about something I knew, and that's all it was. And the man sorted it out, and he sat next to a man who's caused a lot of problems in my life. Because Matt Hickson shouldn't be here, and Cato should be, and that's the bottom line. And he got away with one because of his family, and Nathan Pollock shouldn't be here either because he got away with one because of his family. His grandpa, he saved his ass, and he's in the dope game, and and you know who shouldn't be here? And there's a third one there. Well, Nigga J, Nigga, that's his name, and he's not here. And he might have did some things in the city that weren't, you know, he had a long career and he was a serious gangster, and he's not here. And wasn't the Hells Angels that got him, and it wasn't the Red Scorpions, it wasn't the Independent Soldiers, and it wasn't the United Nations gang, because they're gang, and it's a clever name. There's the United Nations Security Council. They have nothing to do with each other. There's a difference between a gang and a security council. And well, I can talk for hours, but well, Clifford Coughlin is trying to do something that is absolutely asinine, and he's trying to just be an absolute no good human being. And some can understand the fact that he's controlling people outright from his contact list. It isn't his contact list. He got one of my iPhones, and that's where my third one went. He's been going around calling the people that they trusted me to have in my contact list. My dad took my fucking iPhone to the mail, and he did. I gave it to him, so it's not a problem. But it must have been to the mail, and he just took it because they think they're hiding behind. They think they're hiding behind me, or they want to blame me for something, or their giant frame up isn't going to work. Because I'm not taking a fall for Clifford or Geet, and just because I'm here, I'm basically encamped on this property because Geet just wants me in jail. Or Guy wants anything, and Guy wants. I think what Guy wants more than anything is Clifford shot in the fucking head. And Clifford, you know what 150 big ones are? Do you remember getting past that? Are you retarded? He might be former fucking retard. He's going senile. 150 big ones. Yeah, I'm worth 15 G's, and Mr. Lipstick's worth 4.2 big ones, and you don't like that. and well, someone back east should know that he put 15 G's on my head, and I figured it out. It was him, and he's in Hawaii now. And he who sits as far away from New York as possible and likes to tell him everything's just hunky dory. Well, they haven't talked about the elephant in the room yet. And well, he can remain the elephant in the room, but it's only in Kamloops. Kamloops is a very small room. It's only 100,000 people, and the elephant in the room is in Clifford Coughlin, and he's doing something that's absolutely vile. And he's calling around on my contact list and telling people not to buy off me. He's doing that. And he's trying to cut me out with Valdix and Savage. Belinsky, the thieves are mating, maybe. They are, maybe they aren't. Maybe there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. I don't know how many thieves there are. Maybe some of them are locked away forever. Maybe they are. Some are getting out one day. Maybe they are. But I did a solid for one. And I at least assessed that it might be possible, but it's not, and he knows it, and it's just a matter of staying out of sight and saying business as usual, and that applies mainly to me, but it applies to this man too. And well, Belinsky is a man that's connected, and he is. And I unfortunately had to work with him for 10 years, and he's a man he's clever, and he knows how to give you his loyalty when the money's rolling in. And that's kind of how it is in the underworld for some men. But some men don't need to actually make each other any direct money to know a good thing. And some men had quite the summer, and I've had quite the summer. And well, Valinsky, I cut him out. Or he's not Valinsky. He's Val. He's Val Sincevich. He goes by Val, and he's not a good Val. And if anybody wanted a good Val Kilmer would be someone to look up to. And he's a good Val. He's from the movie Ghost and the Darkness. Or, yeah, Ghost and the Darkness. That's a great film. And that's a really good film. And one of my favorites. And I found that young. And the screenwriters of Hollywood, they are great. And that Queen Elizabeth II, she's a smart woman. She was a smart woman. And she is way ahead of me in every way. And there's nothing I can do or say that would make her just she was a smart woman. She was a powerful woman. And well, any way you shape it, I'm here in the realms of power now, and I'm a content creator now. And I was Valdick and Clifford. You guys are caught red-handed with your hand in the cookie jar here. You guys are trying to extort me and manipulate everybody in town, trying to get Valdick's communism off the ground. And he's using guys like Chris and George Swayze to just openly go into people's homes at night because they have the keys. There's in Home Depot. Home Depot's a key. I noticed this when I was looking around there for a place, things to lock them out of my house. And we're at my street, the middle street, when I lived at 2255. And now Preston Swayze moved in there. And I was there, knocked on the door once, and he was sitting up on it. He stood up on the top step and he tried yelling at me. I didn't even say anything to him. I thought I left my router there. And, well, I didn't leave my router there. He was trying to hide something. That he probably lives there rent free. Or he doesn't pay rent. Or Brian forced him to pay rent now. Because Brian thinks that's his building. And Brian, me and Vic don't like you. And we don't like you one fucking bit. Because I was happy there and I was camouflaged and cloaked. But was it you that had you guys didn't like how I walked the field? Or Vic probably didn't mind. Because Vic's a good man and we didn't need to say too much. And he was maybe the owner when my auntie Cindy was there as a rental. Or maybe he bought it after. But he lives in the same house, I think, as Auntie Cindy was a tenant on the top floor. And I was just a kid when she dated Rocky. Rocky's at the head of River Road, not the same River Road that Uncle Rick and Auntie Dar. They they stay at the Hayden family house in Richmond Road, or Richmond on River Road. This is a story and fabled uh, uh, address because I'm the one that made it story and fabled because I'm talking about it that way. And well, where was I? And well, this is all well and good because Clifford and Valdick are doing things like breaking and entering into houses, but they're doing it poorly, and they're just doing it like they did to Auntie Kim, having people in terror because they're trying to get a message across that Valdick wants everybody's locked open, and he wants everybody to be. That's what he's trying to do. He wants people to just allow them to break and enter, and because they tried doing it to me at 2255 East Johnstown on the Middle Street. When I was on the top street, they didn't mess with me because of what happened at McDonald Park, and well, there's some pictures of some on the wall around there, and that's I'm like an alpha male, and I protect the country. I protect the province of British Columbia well. I'm the one that hiked around in the bush without a rifle for all those times after my mother drugged me, and I haven't been getting drugged lately. So, and if I drug myself, it doesn't affect me much because somebody will see me stand up straight when I was in the convenience store or the truck stop. Yeah. That only one man would because I have an old injury from snowboarding, Revelstoke. And bye, you jumped out of a helicopter. That's what he did. He jumped out of a helicopter and he looked at me and I said, I didn't do that, but I should have. Brian, you ain't the alpha. And you don't know and you don't need to know. And well, content creation's all good. And I ain't the alpha either. That's not how human beings work. and and he might own that helicopter. Maybe he's rich. Maybe he is. But defamation works one way. I don't know your middle name, so now you're just bye on this one. I haven't said anything, and he knows about it because somebody wants to come in. That's my cat. I didn't mean to put my butt up. I didn't think I'd try with the camera. I'm getting too used to it. And that's Christopher. I mean, but hey, when Grandpa Wayne said, you know, God made him that way. That's for him. And come on, he went crazy. Going there. He's going crazy. He used to keep going on, stay on. Somebody that really need it. And they have peace with each other. He's in his going crazy. Somebody just, he's like me. He's very polite. He's very good. One time he like him, but he don't like that. He's just usually don't feel advantage. And well, that's true. And she got a little bit smarter when she got to know me. Well, I got a little smarter when I got to know someone too. Yeah. She's telling me funny. She's standalone American, and she's an American gal, and and I can't remember which one that is. WHI, and I can't remember. Something to Jacqueline is smart. I know that. I don't know how smart she was. I'm trying to think the ghost on the diagonal. The screenwriters knew who I was then. But I don't know that for a fact. And the screenwriters, maybe me and Val Kilmer have been duped. And maybe we have. She knew who I was. And she must have knew I was a genius right at the beginning. And, well, bye-bye. No, go, bye-bye, because you need it for work. Why don't you go into the office? Because there's a building downtown that's not being worked on. I don't think they're on strike. And I think Miguel is a good man. And he's probably working in Edmonton right now. Or he's in Kamloops. And I think something about Kamloops sounds very space age. And it's very, very new age. And it's a very popular city to be. Because it's still a town. And we're only 100,000. And, well, it's not the people that wouldn't build new buildings that is what's keeping British Columbia. In the past, it's the damn bikers, and they want things their way, and they think it's their way or the highway, but it's not, because Pat Haynes is fearful of me, and he thinks he knows the truth about something, but he didn't have an in at a corporation where I own a share too, because they forced me. They forced me to sell off all my profit, or all of my initial investment, but I kept my profit, so I kept all my positions. And in life, if life's a strategy for some game, or life's a uh, a pissing contest, I'm not going against anyone in America, and I'm not. And I make sure that I want to make sure that nobody knows that. But against Pat Haynes, he might have a portfolio too, and he might not know anything about the ghost in the darkness. Because the ghost in the darkness is not the ghost and the darkness. One's a movie, and the other one's a man, but it's an alias, and I'm not a ghost. And and well, that's pretty good. And I don't know what she got up to, but that could be considered a purse now. But no, it's not, because in the Second World War, time I heard this before, I was getting this ready, and I wasn't doing the content creation. So I was talking to myself all summer there, and they're probably wondering what I was talking about if they were listening. But nobody's listening because I wasn't sure if he was listening. Because you've been trying to open up my phone's microphone since grade 8 when the window break strategy occurred. This is not a good thing to do, but I was a teenager, so I'm going to get away with it because I'm allowed to say remember when, or at least I think I am. Because I wrote some nice things on Stuck _Talk 265, and I meant them, because I never signed a person on them, never. And I own shares in only one pharmaceutical company, and that's a secret, because it's a secret, and I'm not telling Pat Haynes a goddamn thing. He can figure it out on his own. And well, this here, it's hidden down, and some people might know it because they noticed it. Or they were wondering what kind of brand it was. Because it's an Eddie Bauer, and it's a great bag. I found it and nobody was using it. And there's a young man that allowed me to borrow some of his clothing, and that's when I moved into let's see, the tent in Surrey. That's when I was living in a tent in Surrey. That's right around the time where I got a scar. I'll show you. And and I covered it up with a mess pipe, but I can't quite see it. That hurt too. See that there? There's a scar there. I had to dig it out with a pocket knife, and that's why I covered the scar, because that's 22 caliber. I covered the actual scar up with a meth pipe, because that's how secretive something is, man. I'm not supposed to talk about it, and it's for the oldest of men to know that British Columbia is in good hands as far as the underworld goes. The underworld is only me. No, there's other men in the underworld. They play in a dangerous game called being completely legitimate businessmen with no criminal records. And some of them have ties, some of them do, some of them don't. And then there's, those are normal people, just tax-paying, God-fearing citizens. If they're not believing in God, that means they're always, what the hell is it? Well, they don't believe in God, and then that's up to them. I do believe in God, and I don't push it on anybody. I'm not a Bible thumper, as some would say, and I'm not Jehovah. I had a great uncle that was a very, very well endowed Jehovah's Witness, and I'm not a Jehovah's Witness either. But I met an old bird, one older woman. She had said I was welcome to the temple, and they used to go door to door, and they don't do that anymore. I don't think I haven't noticed them, because everything in British Columbia is not biker related, and it's not mafia related either, and it's not gang related, and it's not uh, street gang related. It's not. I'm simply a citizen in this country. I'm a content creator, and we have wonderful police, we have wonderful ambulance people, and paramedics, and we have wonderful doctors. And British Columbia is a massive, massive area, and it's all mountains, and you can't build on most of it. You just can't. There's no way. It's not physically possible unless you live inside the mountain. And Clifford, what are you up to on the ground, fella? And that's where he gets his power from. There's somebody who's hiding something. They're doing something on the ground. Or they were doing something on the ground. Maybe Mr. Root's overlooking it, but he doesn't do that anymore. Because what are you doing on the ground, Clifford? Are you just soaking up all the water of the South Thompson for methamphetamine production? Is that where it's all going? Have you made a hole in the river and it's going somewhere else? Or what are you doing with all that water? Because I know from my own experience going down river from MacArthur Park, and the river's down. Like, it's down. Like, there's docks there that haven't seen the water in years. Because at that time, the people used to, and this isn't this upriver from MacArthur Park, it's fine. But downriver from MacArthur Park, the docks are like on, there's no water there. I went for a swim there, and that's right across from, not Banana Island, which is up there. You have to an old map, and I have some of those in storage. And my uncle Johnny had maps, and well, he had maps. They were given to me, and well, I seen the map, and I seen Monty Hills on there. And it was on the map. I had it at a wall place in the top suite, top floor of 2255 ETC Highway, in the top floor. If you look at the building on the left, top floor, and that's where I first laid eyes on Valinsky. And I call him Valinsky because he's been found. And he was too eager to meet me that day, and he looked like a psychopath. And I knew he was. I knew he was. Like, in my heart, I just said spy, and I knew it. I knew it. It's the first thing. I first seen him, and like I've never had them like gut influence, like that before. I've always had the sixth sense for like not getting in trouble speeding and not getting in trouble this and that, and not getting in trouble. I got a sixth sense for being well behaved and just not. That's from his mother. I think I gave him that because that's from high society, like wealthy people. His mother's a wealthy woman. She's in Sweden. She would be appalled to know about Valix Savage's actual actions. And Valix just wants me dead. And he's got nothing to do with the Valley. that system that is Campus British Columbia. He doesn't. He's pretended to move. He's probably pretended to move to Casper because what he says, and he doesn't. He lives in the same house, I guess. Sometimes I'll go up there because I was married in the home, and I was, and a priest, a minister, he did the ceremony, and that was a young lady, Catherine McKeown, and he probably pretends to be like her dad, but he's a liar. He's a liar with Iffy, and they're liars. They're just liars. They live in a pretend world where the house of cards is falling down because Iffy understands now that he's wanted, and somebody's called him, and somebody is there. Somebody has to give him the hard conversation here that you've lost power, fella. You may still be powerful, but you're not. You're not like you were. You're weakening, and men aren't paying you back, and you're wondering why, and you've repossessed things from them, and those are Hell's Angels things. Those are Hell's Angels items, and you're going to see now. And why are you having my phone phone? Because I'm online all day, every day, and you want to just you want to be a little bit more truthful. I'm not part of your circle, Cliff. I never will be. I don't want anything to do with you. Nothing. And you're not hiding behind me. If something happens, your fault. You are the man who's an international criminal, and you're having the same complex as Christopher G. You guys can't believe I beat you. And Christopher G probably wants one thing more than anything, to kill Pat Haynes. And Pat Haynes and Iffy and Pat Haynes are partners. They own Pornhub together. And you can imagine how much money that is, Chris. And if you would have just stuck by my side when you were busted, called me for a lawyer, who knows where the world would be right now? Who knows? But you're there and I'm here. And Valinsky, when I first seen him, I was at the top floor, I was looking out the window, and he pulled up in his wife's Mitsubishi. I got an excellent memory when it counts. And he pulled up, he was going westbound on the Frontage Road, and he parked across the street. It was a gray Mitsubishi, I think, and it was a vehicle that he sold, and he hopped out. He was bringing a pound of weed, and him and Adam had a play where he made it look like Adam was the boss, and he was dropping weed off for Adam. I knew that was bullshit. And this is before Jesse would have told me in Bachelor Heights. This is the place I lived in after that. But Roderick had all the connections. And Jesse took a letter from one of the letters I sent from prison when I was bored. He was there for a mental health issue. I really didn't have much of a record, like not much at all. I was in jail, in and out for mental health stuff, but they just threw me up there. They figured it was safest, and it was. It was good. Sorted me out, and it was a good place to think. I was in the SAG unit of the Stored and Fabled KRCC Hotel. I was there once for the first time when I was 19, and I asked to be put on a range, and Garrett was already there. So me and him did time, a week. We had a great time in jail, me and him, but jail still sucks. And they're still running off some of that morale in there. Will somebody get the lifers some canteen money? Or they don't need any, because the real Hells Angels of BC are in jail, and some of them were put there by men that framed them up. And there's good men, good Hells Angels that are free, and they know the story. And Clifford Coughlin's losing power. He's got early onset dementia, and he doesn't even know it yet. He hasn't gone to a doctor and talked about it. And it's not safe for him to be a town resident. And that's one way he can get out of it, because Clifford, you're wanted dead by a lot of men, and you know it. And you're weakening, and people aren't paying you back, and you're just repossessing their vehicles. Well, naturally, it's your second in command that takes control, and I haven't bothered him at all. And maybe he doesn't want to give, but power is something that's it's a certain way, and power is a certain way, and I know I haven't done anything to bother him, and life's a long time, and I simply held my cards close to my chest for a long time, and that queen, she knew me from an early age, and that means something, that she wanted something out of me, and I don't know what that is, but I know the screenwriters, and I talked to a doctor once in Surrey, because I said something to him he would remember, and I said I was after my mother shipped me out of town basically, because she wouldn't. I was doing the 5-star journal thing on Facebook, and I was just messing around, having fun. I was trying to make people laugh. I'm an entertainer of sorts, and I know how to make people laugh, but I got away from that because I was moved to. Well, here we go again with the move to Cornell, because I had it made. I wanted to be a big city hustler, a gangster. Well, I made the the headlines there, but it's not going to be reported. And well, if I ain't a gangster yet, then nobody is. And I just don't operate with a pistol. I'm in a street gang, and there's no such thing. And Cliff figures that what does he figure next? I'm not going by there. I wouldn't go past the gate because I have respect for Morgan, your wife, and your son. And well, after that, go figure. You know who I know, or you don't know who I know. You were me, or you weren't me. You're your own man, Clifford. And it's not a family versus family thing. It's more like they're sheltering behind me because he's no good with his power, and his power is he's lost to me completely, and it's just he doesn't want to admit it because I don't have the assets and the money and all that, but I have the friends, and nobody knows who they are. And well, there's something I did online, and well, I'd like to say sorry to nobody in that Ku Klux Klan because I don't want anything to do with them, and they're their own form of evil, but they're their own evil for their own reasons, and some might not be as bad as others, but it's still 4Ks, and still technically that is 4Ks, and that's got nothing to do with anything other than cameras, clone to cameras. That's my strategy. And Mr. Pat has nothing to fucking do with it. But you can understand how brilliant that is. If I sent a verse to KK, I was coming up from South Surrey when I sent it to somebody, I can't remember who, but I sent it. I said KK, and it was a strategy I thought of in my mind. I was driving to Monte Carlo up from South Surrey. I looked good that summer, and I was busy landscaping, and I was doing different things with Eric. And Crystal Ann was just there. She slept on the couch and she was depressed all year. She was depressed from her divorce with Steve Asen. Well, not that much longer before. One thing me and Steve can get along on is we don't like her, and nothing's going to change that. And I gave her a couch she laid on, and she's just depressed. She's popping Skittles like Tylenol, but she was abused when she was younger, and horrifically. I wasn't even born yet, so she can't blame me. So why don't you go talk to a therapist and stop trying to trick your mother into things? Because she wants to come home and visit her new cat. I got her a new cat. His name's Vernon, and I got her, and he's for her. And I actually had to do something for her, and he had to do something for her because everybody knows that for some reason, Mr. Lipstick there in Hawaii or California, and Clifford forced my dad to give away Sweetie, who was pregnant, and I hurt my mother hurt her very badly. And you guys don't get to push around Chef Sherry like that. And that's the moral of the story. She should be a chef. She's not. She doesn't have culinary experience, but that's what I call her when we're working. And she should be back at work. She should be, yes. Me, I don't need this content creation. I can go to town and be a strong arm gangster. I can go and I can't find Cam because he lives somewhere in Paul Lake or he lives in West Side. And I'm tracking him because he sabotaged my vehicle, but that's a different story. That's a different story. But it's Campbell's a small town, but there's probably men that are here to stay, and there probably is. And I don't know who they are, and I don't know their names. I know about a young lady who stole my car, and her name was Kiara or Kara or Titlano or Shakina or Shakira. No, that's not it. I can't remember her name, but she stole my car. I brought her all the way up here from Langley, and I didn't know she had warrants at the time. She had a hurt foot. She didn't tell me about anything about warrants. At least I don't think she did. That's when me and Marshall were at Langley Highway Hotel. And that was in 2022, I think. Yeah, that was in like New Year's, and there was no snow. And I'm gonna get a feeling here we're gonna get a blanket with snow, and that Monte Carlo does have winter tires on there, and that's from Mike and Trina. Well, no, that's from Mike. Mike got me those tires, and Trina had nothing to do with it. She's probably in shit right now with Mike. Because Christopher, you leave her alone. You and you and Cliffy don't need to spy on Jordan. Because this is stuff Valdix and Savage has got you doing, and they're sick, twisted, demented men. And all their years of doing draconian evil. He is still whole, and he's happy, and he just fears me giving him a licking. But I'm not going to give my dad a licking. And I made him feel pretty bad today, but he's going to pull through. And he knows that I said was right, and he didn't want to do it, but he's better than him. He's better than killing me. And why do you need my phone bugged, Cliff? from Rivershore because he's scared of Johnny. And I got off the story a little bit because what was I'm basically just explaining my life story, and it's basically crushing men's power structure, and it's and and another man we've never met. He just wanted to make sure. I think he wanted to make sure I'm alive and well. After what he maybe picked up on has been a turbulent year. Probably a turbulent year for him because he cares about me. I care about him, and he's a secretive man, and he's nowhere near the river actually. He's and well, I don't want to say too much, but I'm not going to say too much because this isn't a story of me and him, and it isn't because we haven't met, and this would be probably we'd probably be like we got to know each other real well because he might have been might have been somebody else that was in town, and maybe not his relative or one of his relatives that's maybe back in Mexico now, and maybe just here visiting, but we didn't lock horns. We got to know each other, but and different family and different the families are big and nobody means me any harm. And Clifford is the one that needs to understand that I'm trying to give him a lesson in just what I've learned in life. And Clifford, you're not right in the head, man. What you guys have been doing to try and scare me. They're just trying to scare me, and they haven't scared me one bit. And And it's just and this is strategy. They all drive white trucks and they all hide behind women and children. And the campus is a small area and there's secretive men around. And there's relatives of people here that are powerful people because they're relatives. And lots of families know me and I'm consolidating no power because I don't really want the stuff. I'm just like I've fallen into it because of me being secretive. And well, my cat was abducted, and Clifford, if he could make one phone call and negotiate one thing, and it would be like more like he's got to give the cat back, and somebody in Vancouver, probably Surrey, would accept that and tell him to give the cat back. But they're probably waiting on the nephew to give the cat back, and he just threatens to kill her every time I even talk about it, and that's the deranged fucking behavior of a deranged man. And I yelled at him once because I said, "Give me my cat back," and the whole fucking neighborhood probably heard that. And that's right after he took her. And I know I know the cameras are gone, doesn't mean you've moved. And I want my cat back. And that's not Simba, that's Cleo. Because either way, Sweetie's gone, that's what I named her. And she just walked into the place at Hospitality Inn out of the stray. She just walked in. And she'd been abused by males big time because she was hand shy when I first got her. And she was amazing. And that was still my cat. And I wanted to give that cat to my mother. And any way to shape it up, that was Iffy and Bacon and California's decision. They forced my dad to give that cat up. And Cherry had to give her to the SPCA. And for my mom to have to give up a pregnant cat with the life she had, and then they used that so Chrissy used that to manipulate her somehow. And Chrissy Hayden is vile. If there's one person the Queen ever didn't like at all and wanted put in jail, it was probably Chrissy Hayden. And she's passed away now, the Queen, but she would have hated that young woman more than anybody. If she ever hated a person, maybe she never did because she was a queen, but that she is vile, that woman, and Chrissy Hayden, and she had Tyler his location given up to Iffy and Jason R. the fish, and he's just a fish. I don't use his last name anymore because he's just a fish, and he's a little tiny one. And when he get next to Iffy just he's a yes man for Iffy, and Chris is a yes man for Iffy, but Chris has some sense actually and he's got some sense left because I he was raised by a good man, and his dad would still love him even if he didn't. Nobody can tell you you can't call your dad, and he's probably not mad at you anymore for smoking crack when you're 10 because he must have yelled at you somewhere, and he still hasn't called his dad since then. And well, I did get him to come to town to sell dope for me, so I feel partially responsible for that. But that was 17 years ago, and he was busted. He could have stopped selling dope then. He didn't have to go ask the River Tea Kettle to Jason R's camp. And Jason R's camp led him to Iffy. And he's right hand man with Jason R. And not Iffy. Or Iffy. You know Chris very well because he's been there with Chrissy. You guys have strategized against me. And that's when Jason R was there. And you know those three of them. And Jason R
Chrissy and Chrissy are all your guys' issue. They're not mine. Chrissy Hayden's not my sister anymore. No, she isn't. I hate her guts. She's been disowned by me and Guy. Guy doesn't know the full story. My mom knows that you drugged Brett, and it's true. Evan told me. He just didn't want. He couldn't tell my mother. He didn't want her to be. He found out, and Evan's from North Van. He remembers meeting me once, a young man, and he found out. He got in touch with me with a secret message, encrypted. He must have got my phone number off the internet, and he's gonna remain anonymous because he doesn't want to be known. But and that's one of Brett Hayden's old buddies, one of his best buddies, and I don't know what their relationship was because they were good friends. And Brett died when he was 21. And either way, because you drugged him. I was at Stevenson home where when he came in at night to drop off things for Tyler, and he was probably there at night when I was sleeping. And well, I got to mush up things here. And well, somebody who hated me or somebody that loved me. Well, probably a bit of both. Someone that knew of me because of content creation. And well, may they rest in peace because I sensed that someone's passed away and someone that hated me. And that's life. And there's not much that can be done about that. I didn't do it. I was sitting here, right here, and several billion people in the world, and I sense that doesn't mean it actually happened. And I said all I can say, and I'm not an ordained minister like Clifford Coffin might be. And he sunk how much money into a church in Town, and that's not your money, Cliff. It's not, because there's good men that work, and that are Christians, and some are Catholic, and at least we were Roman, and the Roman Republic failed. That's why there's a Congress in the American, political structure, and they're housed in somewhere near Washington, D.C., and state of Washington is south of British Columbia, but the District of Columbia is still the District of Columbia, and the country of Columbia is still the country. So they must be all. Christopher Columbus must have been a very influential man, and I guess he was. And I'm just happy for everyone that Washington D.C. is still Washington D.C. And well, I know not much about politics because it says on at Cody Hayden 792. I'm not a politician. I want to make that clear. And I don't have any quarrel with any politicians that I know of. And I wouldn't want any quarrel with a politician because frankly, I'm not sure if it's going to be cloudy out, and I don't really know anything other than that because I'm from Canada, which is a small town, and well, they were growing, but what's it called? City Garden. It reminds me of Garden Center or Garden City, which is a Richmond mall, a mall in Richmond. And I was raised there, right, basically in the middle of Richmond on Heather Road. And this was an old house, and it was a nice house. So I might have a picture of it. Some only remember it by picture, photographic memory. And I remember a house where it was when you walked in, there was a coat hanger there with coats. And I remember when Guy was younger, and someone named Brian came home, and or he was dropped off by the RCMP because Brian's my mother's cousin. I think he's still alive, and he took care of Auntie Edie best he could in his days when he was just on methadone, I bet. And or maybe he's still doing some horrors, but he doesn't have anything to do with any horrors. And there's not. I don't know any personally, and and there's a difference between the two. And excuse my language. And well, and who knows what happened in the Wild Wild West? But well, there could have been someone here and jumped out that window when I opened that door, and it wasn't Christopher Gregoire. I'll guarantee you that. And he has fear in his own right, but he probably wants to get Pat Haynes, and Pat Haynes has done things that he's gonna regret in life. And well, some things don't change. And well, some Rob and me can't figure out about the railway. He drove him. I just watch him. I'm like a hawk, but just because I'm interested in him. And I don't steal from him. Nope, never did, and I never will. And they got a very important role to play in any economy, and that's what I learned from Doris Lehman's acting. And that's a good movie. And well, as far as I know, it's getting cold in here. I need an extra heater in here, and there's that. I think I forgot my phone in the car. It's in here. That's right here. And this is the one that had a circle on it. And that's if he sent away a thing saying that I'm not part of your circle there. If you, I never wanted to be part of your circle. I cut you out in '08 and you did nothing. I drove around to Monte Carlo and Vancouver for almost a whole year. You did nothing. You can't do anything. You don't have the passion back east to do anything. But they do their own thing out here, the PC like this. Only the baby boomers, so there's no 80 plus club-year-old guys that are Hells Angels around here. There probably isn't. You know, Wayne Astor was the last one to know those guys. And, they just they don't get it. 80 plus clubs are interesting group of people because they're 80 plus years of age. And that's what I was saying about the man from the sauna from my Canada Games School. And I wanted to get him going. And I must have got him going because he's not a Roman either, but that's what the Romans used to do in politics and stuff. They used to politic in the sauna. And and he's a man from Winnipeg, and he might know of Cliffy, and maybe they've shared an honest thought that maybe I'm not insane, and maybe they had never met, but I know I'm 35 and I'm not part of the 80 plus club, and I understand that they could probably do with a part-time job or something to do, but this is work. It just doesn't pay yet, and well, my mother's not back home yet because he won't let her come home because if he won't let her come home, and if he's still on the plane, and I can go without a job, but it's not. It's Iffy who's holding back people from calling me because Iffy is the master of key. He's not the master of nobody because he's in the slave trade, and he believes in holding women against their will, and he has that all over the world. And he's the man that found this content creation, and he thinks it doesn't generate some form of power, and just because you can see my phone, because you now know the IMEI number, or you just change the software, but you don't know the IMEI number, or how does that software work? Because I'm not part of your yeah. See, they're calling now. I don't have any product. They only call when I'm sleeping, and that's his way of playing the game. He lets them call when I'm sleeping, and but when I'm sleeping, I have no product. He lets them call. But when I'm not, when I'm sleeping, no. When I have no product and I'm sleeping, they can call me and that's okay. But when I call them back, nobody calls me back because they're not allowed to. That's the game he's playing. Because you're not wanted in my friends circle, not at all. You're not wanted in my friend circle one bit, not one bit. And we haven't all met. And some of us probably would, maybe some people wouldn't be friends with other people, and maybe I'm just a unique individual, and you've been bested completely, Iffy, in all ways, and you can't do anything about it. So you're just having manipulation. You're manipulating good people that are just trying to buy some product for themselves, or maybe they buy it and sell it a little bit. And maybe they're pretty average people. Maybe they have money from other businesses. They're just trying to help me through, having some money in my pocket. But every time I get ahead, you try and take it away, and you haven't been able to drug me lately because my mother hasn't been here, and she's never done that at work. Not a chance. And she does it probably out of because she thinks that I'm the one hurting the family. Well, I'm the only one protecting the family. Guy does it well too with the picture online, and he does what he does. But he probably wanted me to talk about this online because he might suspect me talking online. He knows one thing: I'm not talking to myself, and and he'd have a problem. And I can pretend to talk to myself. I can do all sorts of funny things, but and it's just he's lost, and he's some sort of he has access to I'm hungry again because I've been talking a lot, and it does take up energy. My knees crack, and there's some food here. I don't cook over here. I forgot to grab a bottle of water. Okay, I got the coffee. I have one of these. I'm hydrating. Didn't drink any well water, but Frank Keene said there's a river that runs from here all the way down to Mexico. And we told my dad that. And Frank Keene is kind of like my dad's other dad. And me and Brent were like buddies. And he once gave my dad shit for having a fire in the shop, like in a wood stove. He was just messing with him now. And cats, catch a Ferrari. And, well, if you're parked over there, you basically just, well, you know where I get products from. And you know, because he's figured it out. Because he's iffy. You talk to somebody and when he asks questions, they can't. No one can say no to him. Because if you're white and you're in province of British Columbia and you're in Underwood, he thinks that he owns it. And he don't own me. And he's starting to understand that he can't play these things. Because there's people around that are trying to tell him about saying any words that you shouldn't play games like that if you and Brian Lee is not the alpha in Underwood. He's province of British Columbia. There's no alpha in Underwood. They don't work that way. And you guys are being sized up in another place. And it's not anything for me. Anybody from any of the Monte places can do. And it's not our problem. And it's not. And well, and well, I can do math and so can you. And not our problem. And if I mean somebody else is driving you up with you, and you don't know who that is, and what continent you're on with you, and well, he's having trouble figuring it out, or he just doesn't want to figure it out. And this is what Brian did to me. He jumped out of a helicopter. And he had his mask on and everything, probably his own helicopter. And I just looked at him and I didn't say anything. And the guy goes, but he was snowboarding, we were having fun. That's the last time I really hung out with anybody. Well, except for last year. We had a nice thing when Brady was running around with me. And he died of an overdose, basically. But we brought him back somehow, me and Hannah Benny. And then the paramedics worked on him for a while. And he then came back to life. He was slumped over the bed when I got there. Like Keith left him for dead. And Reggie would just be disgusted with this man. He probably can't get him out of the basement. And Keith has brokered some deal. He's heavily medicated and he's not really doing much. But Jake backed him. Smiley and Jake backed him. He's a rapist. But he's got to live somewhere. And Reggie's probably pretty patient with him. And at this hour, he's probably trying to sleep for work. And I technically just moved out without any notice because he's cracked out that basement. And Keith ain't getting away from me. And he ain't. And somebody's got to look out for him. And somebody does look out for his shelter. And he gets his money from the government. But Keith is still making money, or he's just heavily medicated now. And well, he's got a dark secret. And I don't know exactly what that is, but he's got rape on his record. And well, and well, he was working for me at 290. It had nothing to do with the IRA. And some men would con me while I con them. And IRA never hurt one First Nations person in their life, but he's shaping up to be the first. And I don't think they're allowed to leave Ireland anymore because I knew a man in prison once, and he told me they're here, but they hang out at they're in Kelowna, and they're near the where the shelter is for not homeless people, but the people that travel. And he'd remember me. I've been to jail, and some people made it to bug range. We weren't PC. We're just known to be crazy, and approach to crazy. And well, this one's in chord of it's 420 right now. Mr. Lipstick, you want something? Go and do it yourself. One time it was good with a rifle. When's the last time you handled one? Nobody knows. And well, flexing my nose. It was bigger because the lights on it weird. There was a nice angle in here before. How'd that happen? That was just the lights off here. Like that. That was just, well, that was before when this webcam worked on this one. They don't like the web. Somebody's hacked it, and the webcam don't work. I was gonna go do something. The cats are in now. I get gas enough to get to that damn gold car. It sat right there.